All right, let's put our mics on, please. Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. Again, with the pledge of allegiance and every roll call.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you do roll call, if you can just state your name, start to the left, and work our way around the table.
Thomas Fiorelli, City Planner.
Torrin Nielsen, Planning Commission.
Fred Cuthbertson, Planning Commission.
John Grandis here. David Miller, present. Demeester Chair.
I couldn't hear some of the names. I'm sorry. I'm hard of hearing. You are
David Miller.
David, and let's see. What was your name?
My name is Thomas Fiorelli. I'm the City Planner.
Thank you.
Public comments, and if you could keep the comments to 3 minutes, please come up to the mic and state your name and if you're a resident or non-resident. And you have up to 3 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Leithra Hillsbury. I live on North 8th, north of Ash. I am in city limits. I hear people complaining all the time about the water and the quality or lack of it.
Pardon me, ma'am, I'd like to make sure that we capture this on the record.
Yes,
I'd like to ask the chair, these were for public comments before the hearing begins in general city business. When we get to the hearing, we're gonna call people up on the record to speak to this application.
okay.
Is your question or comment?
Well, my one question that prefaces that is, I read the moratorium on building, but in reality, I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I know what it looks like on paper, but I know the planning commission was involved in the moratorium that was announced, I don't know, a month or 2 months ago. And I don't understand exactly how that is implemented, what it will look like. That's my question.
Thank you. I can state briefly that a moratorium has not been implemented yet, but it's been
Oh.
discussed. It has been.
Oh,
And when you're ready to give comment, we want to invite you back up to the podium to speak to the specific case.
okay, great.
Okay. Tonight, we're gonna begin the public hearing. And I want to read a little bit about how the process is going to go. Tonight's hearing is a quasi judicial public land use hearing. The planning commission will consider the following applications: VAR 2020-25-01, a variance to the minimum lot size in the GRA zone. And point number 2, sub 2025-01, a tentative subdivision for a 26 lot residential development submitted by Pacific National Development. And here's how the hearing process will go. Before we begin, I will read the hearing procedures. The order of the hearing will be in, and it will be as follows: the staff report, the applicant's presentation, public testimony. First, those in favor, those that are neutral, and those that are opposed. Questions from the planning commission, applicant rebuttal, close of public testimony, and commission deliberation and decision. All speakers must state their name and address for the record. Please direct all comments to the commission and not to members of the audience.
Okay, I interrupt one question. When we go over the plots and you bring it up, can you put them up there so we can all see them or what you're referring to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, ex parte contact, bias, or conflicts. An ex parte communication occurs when a board member in a quasi judicial proceedings communicates directly or indirectly with any person or party connected with a matter before the board without notice and opportunity for all parties to participate. Before we begin the hearing, I ask each commissioner, have you had any ex parte contact regarding this application? Do you have any actual or potential conflicts of interest? Are there any site visits to disclose? Please declare these now.
I have something to declare. I had made comments regarding this on social media. Just sort of a general support of the potential of it improving our stormwater. So that was a comment that I made. So,
Yes, Steve?
I've lived here 30, 40 some odd years, and I've gone past this place many times. I remember when it was just a cow field, there's no houses out there. 8th Street or 7th Street or whatever, it was barely a dirt road. So just to let you know, I've been around it. I've looked at it. I've seen it.
The intent would just be is if you've made a site visit to look at this specific.
I know, but the class I was in said, state it.
Yep, exactly right.
Cover your butt.
Thank you very much.
I would like to also add that I work for a local utility company, so I have interest in that area also and working with them there. So.
And I guess I working for the post office and deliver mail there, and I'm familiar with the potential expansion, et cetera. That all of the printing. Okay. And to those in the audience, if you wish to challenge the right of any commissioner to participate based on a bias, conflict, or ex parte conduct, please state your challenge now. Okay, all the commissioners have responded. And we can now proceed with the staff report.
Thank you, sir. Give me a moment here to queue up my screen. I'm going to give my staff report in two pieces. The first is going to be a very high-level overview with a slide deck. The second piece, I will open up the staff report that is available on the website. And I will hone in on some specific details that I think are relevant to share here with the public this evening.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Would you like to sit up here? Would that be better?
I don't think it'll make much difference at the podium between us, but
Yes, sir.
briefly close it.
It was weird, my mouse doesn't want to really. I see it. Yeah, I can see enough to make it work. This computer is limping along, thank you all. Bearing with me. My name is Thomas Fiorelli, PJ is what I go by. I'm both the city administrator as well as the city planner. The purpose of the hearing, as Chair Cuthbertson noted, the planning commission was asked to review two linked land use actions. One is a variance for this specific area, the GRA zone, which has a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. The second related is a tentative subdivision application, a request to divide approximately 3.27 acres into 26 single-family lots with associated public improvements. Note that this subdivision cannot be approved unless the variance is approved. A brief overview of the site. It is between 8th, 9th, 10th, Pine, and S. The tax lots are as listed. Again, it is 3.27 acres. The existing conditions are that they are vacant and include wetlands identified in phase 1. And the adjacent uses are residential as well as the phase 1 subdivision. For context, I have provided this map here, which identifies the current parcels that are to be subdivided. This encompasses all of phase 2 of this subdivision. The requested variance. Again, the standard is a GRA zone with a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. The current lots in their configuration as presented range from somewhere between 5,400 square feet to just over 8,000 square feet. There's one of them that is just over 8,000 square feet. Why is a variance needed? Monroe's 2018 rezoning acknowledgement was never completed. There was a state level acknowledgement required, and that was not completed. And as a result, we are not able to use the decision that was made by planning decision, but as the planning commission decision until the state approves and acknowledges that. So it was the intent of the planning commission, remains the intent of the planning commission to rezone this area to GRB, but it has not been acknowledged. Senate Bill 1537 passed in the 2025 legislative session allows for a 10% administrative allowance. So a reduction of 10%, however, the reduction is greater than 10%. And therefore the variance is needed. In phase 1, it's important to note, already established the smaller lot development pattern, as did other properties in this area. Staff findings are as follows for the variance. Staff recommends approval of the variance based on practical difficulties created by wetlands and prior approvals. A pattern of development already established in phase 1 and on surrounding parcels. It's compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. It does not impact allowed uses or infrastructure standards. And it reflects the city's prior stated intent to rezone to GRB. The subdivision proposal is as such. It is a 26 single-family lot development. Full public infrastructure in the construction, including water, sewer, and stormwater extensions. Full width street improvements, including curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. Slopes compliant stormwater design, for endangered species. Wetland mitigation through Mary's River Mitigation Bank, and parkland dedication fee in lieu as required under code. The impact study that was provided by the applicants recently identifies water demand at approximately 9,750 gallons per day, wastewater flow at approximately 7,800 gallons per day. The infrastructure needs would include new water mains along 8th, 9th, 10th, and Pines, full street build-outs, stormwater detention and conveyance, as well as updated erosion and sediment control plan. The wetlands and environmental compliance component. Wetlands bill requires a Department of State Lands and Army Corps of Engineers authorization. The applicant has purchased, as is in your packet demonstrated, 2 sets of mitigation credits from the Marys River Mitigation Bank. The project requires a DEQ 401 certification, as well as a 1200C stormwater permit for controlling stormwater on site during construction, as well as a slopes compliance must be demonstrated in final engineering as a condition of approval. The phase 1 relationship between this subdivision application in front of you and what is already on the ground. It relates directly to the phase 1 infrastructure. A key condition is that phase 1 as-built must be corrected and verified before phase 2 final plat can be approved. The infrastructure requiring verification with regard to phase 1 includes streets and curbs, sidewalks, sewer, stormwater facilities, and water loops. We need to ensure that every component of phase 2 is mirrored exactly in phase 1. So any of these components that were not completed at that time need to be completed here, and that is a condition of the final plat. Public facilities review. With regard to water, this requires approval from Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Services. We must submit the design to them and ensure that it's approved for our water system. With regard to any questions about capacity, this is directly relates to a moratorium issue. OHA DWS will not approve a plan that cannot be sustained within our existing. The water will include looping to improve pressure and fire flow. With regard to sewer, Department of Environmental Quality approval is required. Full video inspections of the mains will be needed for everything that's downstream of the project. Stormwater must meet city engineering standards. And again, DEQ 1200C permit for anything over 1 acre disturbance. And then streets will require full width improvements, not half width, but full width improvements, as well as ADA compliant curb ramps and sidewalks on both sides of the belt, both sides of the street. A decision criteria summary. Staff finds that the tentative subdivision satisfies the Monroe Development Code criteria. So it meets the code with conditions, including adequate utilities, appropriate street layout, the feasibility of the undeveloped lots, the protection of drainage and natural features, as well as there is consistency with the transportation system plan and Monroe's comprehensive. Recommended conditions of approval. This is a shorter list. In a moment, I will transition to my staff report to ensure that I show the full list here for the record. 26 lot configuration must be clearly defined. Multiple submissions of different plats were put on the record, and we need to ensure that the final plat that was submitted was the one that intends to be submitted as the final preliminary plat is the one that is intended to be submitted as the final plat. Phase 1 deficiencies must be corrected. Full engineered plans are required. OHA, DEQ, DSL, US, ACE approvals. So that's health, environmental quality, state lands, and Army Corps. Parkland fee in lieu is required by the code. And stormwater and drainage plan approvals, as well as video inspection, repair of downstream sewer, and Benton County right-of-way permits for S Street, as S Street is a county. The motions in front of Planning Commission this evening are to either approve or deny the variance and approve or deny the tentative division. The recommended order is to first consider the variance and then to consider the tentative subdivision. Staff recommendation is approve the variance 2025-01 with minimum lot size reduction and approve the subdivision 2025-01 with conditions. The tentative subdivision conditions that I will give here. Before we move on to questions, I'm going to transition to my other screen as noted just a moment ago. So I will read through these conditions for the benefit of the planning commission as well as for the public. Recommended conditions of approval is the subdivision is approved for 26 lots. The final plat and all engineering, drainage, grading, utility, and surveying documents shall be internally consistent with a 26 lot configuration as submitted. The previous showed 27, showed a 27th lot. That shall be removed from all components of the record with the final plat. Comprehensive construction drawings for all proposed utilities, including sewers, stormwater, water, electric, shall be provided and approved by the city engineer prior to any developments on the site and prior to final plat approval. Any deficiencies identified in phase 1 infrastructure, including streets, drainage, stormwater systems, water, sewer, sidewalks, curb and gutter, shall be corrected prior to final plat approval for phase 2. The applicant's street plan will conform to the city standards per city code and referenced by code to other municipal and state codes within the proposed project. The applicant and future owners will protect and require drainage facilities in conformance to local and state erosion control regulation. A subdivision plat shall be prepared by an Oregon land surveyor in accordance with ORS 92 and county surveyor plat standards. The surveyor shall submit the original plat and a true reproducible of the plat and the filing fee to the county surveyor. The applicant submits a final subdivision plat for the city planner to review, and if significant changes from the tentative plat, submit those changes to the planning commission to approve per the Monroe Development Code, so it shall not be significant. The final plat shall comply with the plat standards for Benton County, and monuments shall be established on the property corners. The applicant shall record the approved plat at the county recorder's office and provide a copy of the plat to the city recorder. The preliminary plat shall be effective for 1 year from the date of the decision. Phased development shall be allowed. However, the applicant shall secure final plat approval of the entire tentative plat within 5 years of the date of decision, or the remaining undeveloped portion of the tentative plat shall become null and void. The applicant shall make necessary arrangements with the city, utility companies, including but not limited to franchises or other persons or corporations for the installation of streetlights and for underground lines and facilities. Electrical lines and other wires, including but not limited to communication, street lighting, internet, and cable television, shall be placed underground. Before city approval of a development, site plan, or land division, the applicant shall file with the city an agreement between the developer or land divider and the city, specifying the period within which required improvements and repairs shall be completed, and providing that if the work is not completed within the period specified, the city may complete the work and recover the full cost and expense, together with court costs and attorney fees necessary to collect said amounts from the developer or land divider. The agreement shall also provide for reimbursement of the city's costs of the inspector per section 7.10003. And the developer or land divider shall file with the agreement to assure full and faithful performance thereof per section 7.520. The applicant shall install or provide financial assurance that all private utilities such as electrical, power, cable, television, internet, and telephone service are or will be provided for each lot. Fire hydrants shall be installed fully operational to the city standards and shall comply with all recommendations of the fire. The fire suppression system shall be installed fully operational and looped prior to combustible construction unless otherwise approved in writing by the Monroe Fire District Chief or other representative. The applicant shall be responsible for installing sidewalks adjacent to all currently developed properties along the street within phase 1 of the development. A lot grading plan shall be reviewed and approved by the city engineer prior to construction of roads or utilities. The plan The plan shall comply with all the applicable provisions of state and local law, rules and regulations, including but not limited to DEQ and DSL, shall address erosion control mechanisms during construction. The applicant shall submit a revised sediment and erosion control plan bearing a current valid Oregon engineer stamp. The internal streets shall be constructed to city standards for neighborhood streets, including curb, gutters, and sidewalks. The applicant shall be responsible for confirming internal street standards have been met along streets within phase one of the development. The owner shall provide for sidewalks adjacent to all common tracks or open space. The applicant shall be responsible for the installation of all traffic signs, street signs, indicators, warning devices, etc., as required by the city engineer of record. The applicant shall consult with the Monroe School District for the provision of bus stops and shall design and construct such within the public rights of way as requested by the Monroe School District. The applicant shall submit a drainage plan that demonstrates the system has the necessary capacity and grade to maintain unrestricted flow from areas draining through the property. The plan shall demonstrate that the system will adequately connect to the existing drainage system downstream and shall include design of any improvements to the existing system downstream, if any are necessary. The plan shall be reviewed and approved by the city engineer of record prior to construction. The storm drainage system shall retain runoff from the development on the site so that the outlet flow does not exceed the flow from the site in an undeveloped condition. Hydraulic calculations shall be based on current Oregon Department of Transportation policies and procedures for hydraulic design. Sanitary sewer lines shall be installed in substantial compliance with an approved preliminary plan prior to the city and approved by the city engineer of record. The applicant shall perform a video inspection of the downstream public sanitary sewer system from the proposed point of connection through all receiving mains. Any deficiencies identified shall be repaired or replaced at the applicant's expense. The applicant is required to obtain a Benton County road approach permit for each of the proposed accesses to Ash Street, if there are any. The applicant is required to obtain a permit to perform work in the county right-of-way for any and all construction with the Benton County right-of-way, if there is any. The applicant is required to obtain a soil and erosion sediment control permit from Benton County Public Works prior to initiating any work within the Benton County right-of-way. Improvements within the Benton County right-of-way must be detailed and agreed upon between the county engineering staff and the city engineer of record and the applicant's engineer. The applicant's engineer must be licensed with the state of Oregon. The design drawings, specifications, and details shall be reviewed and approved by Benton County Public Works engineering staff prior to pre-construction meeting. And there, by the way, needs to be a pre-construction meeting. The applicant must meet all Benton County agreements for improvement standards as determined by Benton County. The applicant will meet the required standards for the United States Postal Service in providing and installing any mail receptacles required. Applicant will meet the parkland standards before final plat approval. Stormwater plan must be approved by the city engineer of record with potential to connect to the city stormwater system if feasible. Following that are the motions that I provided earlier. Those are the 34 conditions. Any questions or comments from the planning commission?
Anybody have a question, comment?
Are the questions not just on conditions or the whole?
You can ask questions about the entire stack.
The only question I have is, a couple of questions, but with the, as you mentioned, we have another variance here. There's intent to rezone this area. As we do more and more variances in this area, do we in any way jeopardize our ability to rezone GRB in the future?
No, this is a legal procedural step that I am taking to ensure that if an approval moves forward, it cannot be contested at LUPA due to grounds that we did not fully acknowledge the change in the zone. That zone change will be fully acknowledged with the state, and then this variance will be moved essentially. This is to get us to the point where we can get them to where they need to go, without holding them up for, 4 to 6 months. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And isn't it true that the lot sizes had previously been approved by the planning commission 3 or 4 years ago? But we're required at this point to, for legal reasons, put this on the record again tonight.
This is very similar to the process that was taken in phase one. Unfortunately, it was not noticed until recently that was not acknowledged at the state level. Phase
And
one
that was the city's
responsibility.
responsibility.
That is correct, and it did not happen. You're correct, though. Phase one did move forward with these lot sizes and a significant amount of development surrounding this area is all much smaller than 8,000 square feet lots, which is really the reason why the commission, as I understand, chose to rezone it, but just never moved forward with the finalization.
The
How much is, Benton County going to help with Ash Street?
Help as in,
Well, you got ditches on both sides of the road. And, you know, when I drive up there, I see kids going down the middle of the road. There's no sidewalks, curb
Right.
gutter, anything like that. All the way down to the library where there is curb gutter sidewalk. My point is Ash going to be upgraded a little bit with the county?
that's
Or-
the county's determination. They get to decide whether they're going to require upgrades. The engineer at the county is the one who has that authority.
Why is it a county?
Ash Street and Orchard Street are both county facilities. The why, I don't know. They could convey that to us at any point in time. I've seen that happen between city to county and county to city in many different places.
It really is kind of landlocked. And I don't see the direction.
It is what it is. It's their facility. And so for all stormwater, anything in their right of way, they get to call the shots.
What's gonna be done with the ditches?
That's 100% their determination. However, as you noted in the conditions, that the county engineer, the city engineer, and the applicant's engineer need to come to.
Is it possible that just adjacent to the development would be improved on Ash Street and then it would stop at 8th?
I can't opine about that at this time. Remember, we're at the preliminary plat stage. So that conversation will happen during a pre-construction meeting and an engineer meeting once this moves forward.
But are we involved with that?
We look at only land use. This planning commission, the only thing that you have legal purview over as quasi judicial body is the land use code for Monroe.
I have a question. The talks about potential shortcomings in the phase 1 agreement.
Yes,
How are those specific shortcomings identified? Is there a copy of the agreement and then an assessment of the current condition?
what I need to do is look at phase 1 and ensure that it matches everything that we're required in phase 2. We don't have complete as-built on record, so I don't know exactly what went on the ground, other than going out there and observing it.
But you have a copy of the written agreement, what they had planned. Like from.
Of the original
In phase 1.
approval from planning commission. Yes, so that, we have that information.
Okay.
What we're requiring here, in order to button up the full development, phase 2 is closing out phase 1 and phase 2 of the project. We need to just make sure that all of those required components from phase 1 get taken care of before we finalize it. And that really should be a procedural step. Most of that should be there. If it's not, we will confirm that it is.
I was just actually reflecting something that you guys brought up in the previous meeting, which was some assumptions or understandings about what was supposed to have been done that wasn't done. So I just wanted to be really clear about where was it written that it was going to be done? And then compare that to what actually was done. So, and how is that kind of like assessed, I guess, so that people who are neighbors can make sure that their understanding is in sync.
The important thing that I want to know is the conditions approval in phase 2 is what I'm really going to be looking at with regard to phase 1. I really want to make sure that phase 2 matches what we have on the ground in phase 1. So if there are corrections to be made in this phase, we can ask for those corrections, but we're requiring that as a component of the phase.
So getting back to Ash Street, this is kind of perplexing here because you're gonna have all this traffic go out to Ash Street and leave. Is there going to be curbs, gutters, sidewalks at all?
This is a really good opportunity. What I want to do is encourage the commission to ask high-level questions at the moment. Allow the applicant to give his presentations. I think some of those questions will be clarified during his presentation.
Okay.
And if they're not, it will be a good chance to come back to either staff or the applicant for the clarifying response.
Got it.
Chair, does that work for you?
I agree with that. Is there any other questions of the staff report?
Real quick on your condition 5, I just want to make sure it's the talk with the applicant future owner required drainage facilities. Is that the stormwater drainage facilities that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so who would be the future owner? Would it be the people, the residents of the area would be responsible for the
Correct.
maintaining that drainage?
Yes. So the infrastructure itself will be going in as part of the construction, and we need to make sure that it is protected over time. So that is the responsibility of the property owners, or of course, there's an easement from the city, and of course, but for the most part, that would be the owner's responsibility.
I'd like to raise a hand that based on what I was reading, it looked like a lot of the specific detail on these, the holding stuff in the alleyways, that was gonna eventually be city maintenance.
Right.
So the detention in alleys, I guess. Yeah, so that was gonna be a city maintenance.
Correct. And so if it ends up becoming an easement for the city, we'll maintain that. Any components that aren't owned by the city would need to be maintained for perpetuity by,
Right.
which is very,
Like on their own site.
yes,
So,
exactly. Not anywhere off.
TJ, could you speak up a little bit? We're having difficulty hearing you, and everybody else, if you could speak up kindly as well, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. My apologies.
Thank you. The mics aren't for their voices.
Unfortunately, the mics don't project.
Yeah.
Right, just for.
It's not often I'm told I'm not loud enough, so. I'll definitely. Sorry, you guys.
Does the commission have any more questions?
One quick question. You mentioned OHA DWS wouldn't allow subdivision to go through without adequate water. Where do they get the information to make that decision? Is that something the city provides them? Is that something that's underway? I mean, this is a question that keeps coming up, kind of where are we with that?
So they're gonna look at our current system's operational capacity. They'll look at the master plan. And they'll do a theoretical calculation on what's being added, and then they will deliver a response from the state.
So we're not providing them data and information about our capacity so much as they do the review of that.
Oh, yeah, they do all that math is them, and they give us the determination.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, if we can have the applicant please step up and present their report. Now, was there a plot that they wanted you to put on?
There is the one that's in front of you, and I will put this one up on the screen for the benefit.
We have this one.
That is also on here.
We have a couple.
I'll get to. So my name is Mark Grins and I'm with Multitech Engineering. And our,
That won't magnify your voice. That's for the recording.
well, I wear hearing aids, so I always sound loud to me. So,
Yeah, I need them.
so again, my name is Mark Grins and I'm with Multitech Engineering. And my office is located at 1155 13th Street Southeast in Salem. And we're the planners and engineers working for Pacific National Development on this project. Last month, I promised you that I'd bring you hard copies. So that's what I brought you. So y'all got the three pages of plans here that are in your staff report, but they're much smaller. But these are a little bit bigger. And this is kind of what I'll talk from so that you get a chance to see that. And it is there, but it's a little hard to read there, but I'll try to make sure everybody understands. So like was presented, this is a 26 lot subdivision in a part of town that was many years ago was platted into 25-foot wide lots. It's what all this area was made up of years ago. And then when phase one of this project was done, then they came in and they started out by trying to consolidate two of the 25 lots together into one 50-foot wide lot. That's what they were trying to do. And they ended up with the planner that was working for the city at that time to go through a series of partitionings to basically to reconfigure the lots that way. And then with that, then many of the other 25-foot wide lots were essentially eliminated through that partitioning process. So we had larger tracts to come back to. So if you're looking at the plan, there's, there was 2 lots that were created on the frontage on 10th Street down by Pine. And then there was a single lot created on Pine next to the 9th. And then there was 4 lots that were created at the front on Ash between 9th and 8th.
Can
And
you
then-
show those on the screen?
Yeah, what kind of? They are. I might reveal, so there's 2 here that I was talking about.
What street is that?
This is 10th and Pine, excuse me.
Ash on the north.
And then there's the 4 that were created up here on Ash, so this is 10th. And this is actually Pine. I might have put that, my guys might have called it out on the drawing. There was a lot that was created down here on Pine by night. And there was 2 lots created down here that on the corner of Pine and 8. So that's the lots that were originally created with phase 1. And then, so now we're back here to subdivide the remaining parcels. Oh, thank you. That. I just if I text them.
That's how.
I have to call my 12-year-old if I want to know how to
Yeah.
do something. So what we're here to do, so this was a parcel that was created in the partitioning so we took this and it was phase 1 as partitioned to create these 2, and that's the remnant. This was a parcel that was a remnant from this partitioning. This is a parcel that was a remnant of this partitioning. And then down here, same type of thing. This is a parcel that's a remnant for these. And then this was a tract that was by itself that we re-subdivided. So that's what we're trying to accomplish to create and to complete a lot of this process, this area, get the rest of this subdivided for those parcels that we control. Now, there's some that we don't control in there that front on 9th. And then some of the stuff on between Pine and Ash, and then on 9th, south of us there, on the west side of, get my directions right, west side of 9th, south of us. So there's some.
What are the dimensions of those lots? Average.
They are 50 foot in width, and they're a little bit more than 100 foot in depth.
Okay.
That's how they get to be 5,400 or some feet. So they're a little bit more. So it's whatever the width was between the alleys and the streets is the widths that are there. And then we just split them up, took the 25s and basically combined them together to make the 50-foot widths. So that's what we're working on.
Quick question. The one lot that you had there standalone, where the arrow is.
Yeah.
Where it was.
Right there.
That one, 27. Is that where currently you guys in phase 1 put in the spot so that you could turn fire trucks around off of 10th?
That I don't know that.
Because there was concern that there was nowhere to turn.
there's
no.
So I want to make a comment now, and I can actually save this for after your presentation. There is a comment on fire access.
Yeah.
And
So that the drawings that the planning commission members have show how we're basically, when we get done here, 10th, Pine is going to connect through to 10th. 9th is going to be all connected through to Ash, and the only dead end we'll have is the southbound leg of 9th going down towards the bottom down here. That's the only dead end we'll have. The rest of it is all being looped through. Street improvements will be completed here. Some street improvements will be completed here. Street improvements will be completed on 9th, and then of course 8th already has quite a bit of improvement to it, but we're going to make sure that there's sidewalks and curbs and stuff on all that when it gets done. As part of that, so that kind of shows up if you guys look at sheet 2 of 3, that's a little easier to see there.
you doing both sides of 10th Street? Because half of it's owned by the city and the other half's owned by Venice County.
Well, right now,
Nothing.
right now, I'm proposing to do our frontage. But as Thomas pointed out, we have to sit down and meet with Benton County and go through things with them and
Because it's phase one, it just put gravel down half.
yeah, we're gonna be doing pavement and we'll be working with Benton County to make sure that when we get done on both Ash and 10th, that those improvements are done to their requirements as well as to the cities.
And we want to get clear, we're requiring full street widths, right? So we made that a condition in the conditions of approval. How it gets engineered is up to Benton County, but the only way this is getting approved is if both sides of the street are complete.
So we still have to work through them to do that, but what we showed here at a minimum was we made sure everybody knew that we were making improvements along the frontage of all the lots. So there wasn't any question. There's actually extra width of pavement there in some areas outside of what we're doing too, but that's what we're proposing to do, is to just make sure it's clear that that's what we're planning to do. When we get done in here, you know, a lot of the drainage, the ditches and stuff that are there, they'll all be picked up and redirected into the storm drain system that we're proposing to build with this. As was pointed out, we've already got our 401 water quality cert from DEQ that's going forward with this, and our client has bought the credits from the mitigation wetlands. And we're pretty much through all that process to get rid of, so that we can develop this without having to worry about wetlands. So but part of that process was we had to provide them with a stormwater management plan. And that's what we have used here to set this up. So all the water is getting collected, it's getting treated. And then it's also going to get detained, so that when it leaves the site and enters the city system, at whichever point that happens, that's occurring at pre-developed conditions in accordance with your stormwater standards. So that's what we'll be doing. So this drainage system in this area should be a lot better, should function better. There shouldn't be ditches that get plugged up and get junk in them. That's usually what happens with ditches. They become an accumulation point for things. And then so a lot of that will get taken care of. So we haven't met with your engineer of record yet. That's something that hasn't occurred. So a lot of the assumptions that we've made here are just ours, and we'll take the conditions of approval and we'll sit down with city staff and your engineer and start working through those types of things. Have a determination of what kinds of as-built information the city needs, so that we can get that cleaned up, identify any deficiencies that there might be in any of the public systems out there that were built with phase one, if there are any. We've tied everything, our surveyors have tied everything in that we could find. That's what our utility plans are based on. That you see on page 3, we show the proposed utilities, and you can see what we're filling in to make sure all the lots have what they need to have for water and sewer, making loops in there. And there may be some other pieces of water system that may need to be added to this in order to satisfy your engineering staff when we work through this, in order to make sure that we have adequate flow to all of the different fire hydrants and to the system out there. But most of the system that's out there that was pieces being connected and looped together now. So I think the only place that I'm not positive, because I couldn't determine for sure what was in the ground out there, is in Ash between 9th and 10th. I couldn't figure out what's there in the ground. So there may be something that we need to do there to complete that connection between 9th and 10th, but
In the stormwater?
for domestic water. Yeah, but everywhere else, as near as I can tell, the system's all going to be looped together with the exception of the dead end the 9th to the south. That won't be. But everything we're proposing to build in there is 8-inch system, and we will locate fire hydrants as the fire department. As Tim says he needs it, that's where they'll go. So this is pretty nice. They get fire chief, post office.
Well, Tim's not the fire chief, he just cares about.
Well, but I mean, but
He's working.
yeah, so, but I got lots of opportunity here to get good information as we move forward now to kind of fill things up. But we did try to find as much information as we could. My crew were down here a couple times. Got stuff painted on the ground as best we could and got stuff tied in. But I know there's still some holes there that we don't have for a few places in here. But it's a good point for everybody to see that our intentions are to try to get everything looped up, get everything figured out. I'm pretty comfortable with the sanitary sewer improvements that we found that were built because they kind of match up with the houses that got built. And so we filled in a lot of the gap there. I don't know about downstream deficiencies if there are some, but we'll get our crews together and get once we meet with staff and city engineers, then we can figure out what they believe the problem areas might be, if there are any, and we'll get those figured out, get them reviewed, and figure out what has to be done. So, but I think that as a whole, this should help that area. It'll help for transportation, for people to be able to move around, get rid of the gravel, get pavement in there. We'll get the streets improved. We'll get pavement, curbs, sidewalks out there. We'll get ditches out of the way, get some real drainage, pipe drainage system and catch basins out there. And it should function a lot better. I know there has been expressed some concerns about drainage out there. And I think that's probably just because of the ditch systems and the fact that ditches are notorious for not functioning well long-term because they take maintenance. And if they don't get maintained, then they plug up or they just don't flow very well. So pipe systems with catch basins should help improve that a lot, make that a lot better out there. So we did, like I said, our stormwater management plan is very, very thorough, very large. Part of the staff report, it was a lot of pages. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there for that. But we were successful in getting our 401 water quality cert approved. And that's usually one of the most tedious parts of getting permission to do wetlands is because you got to get a 401 water quality cert before you can get your permit issued from the Corps and you need DEQ sign off. So that was pretty good. My young engineer that worked on that, she did a good job, and part of it was already developed by the previous engineer that worked with phase 1. So we tied it all together and got that done. So that's pretty good. So I'm pretty comfortable with what we're proposing out there.
I have a very specific question about a specific ditch that impacts. Do you mind if I?
No, be my guest.
Okay, so there's a ditch that comes down right here, and it flows through this property and impacts this stuff. And it's coming off this slope. And I'm curious if whether or not it makes sense to pick this up and incorporate it into your stormwater drainage.
So you're at the corner of Pine and 10th.
Yeah, that's technically.
A little bit south on 10th, but yeah.
We call it Pine Creek. It's that there's a lot of water.
It floods and drowns out that little.
Yep.
Through the winter, it's like a creek.
And it goes, they had a buried culvert in the middle of their yard from maybe the 30s or something.
Okay.
That went and just fed to the other side of their property, which was going to be impacting what you have marked there as, it says 27 there.
It's
but
really
actually
26.
Yeah, so it would be impacting 26.
Okay.
I'm wondering if that makes sense to be picked up, even though it's outside. this
I
building.
I don't have a lot of topography that on that stretch of 10th Street south of Pine, so we'll have to get some. And then once we get that, and I'm assuming that that'll be part of the discussions we have with Benton County too, is how we're going to deal with that. But yes, we certainly want to make sure that we have an opportunity to keep water from impacting an existing home. And likely, if that was the case, then it would impact some other areas out there too. So that's part of what we'll be doing as we move forward there.
As you're doing that, we would be communicating with those property owners that are those effects.
The process of communicating with property owners may end up being through the city.
City, county.
It depends. Just depends a little bit what everybody, what both the city and the county are asking us to do and how they want us to process that.
We prefer to communicate more rather than less. It's important that citizens know what's happening, and we'll be certain that we're working hand in hand with the developer as well as with the county to make sure those messages are coming out.
Because that property is very much affected through the front and the
That whole
sides.
property is surrounded by county lines. So what I've heard is half of the street will again be finished and half of the street we hope to be taken care of.
No, and
That's not correct.
that's not happening. The requirement is that we do.
That's what happened in phase one.
I can appreciate what you're saying. I can appreciate what you're saying. What I'm saying is that as the city administrator and as the planner, a condition of approval in writing is that both sides of those streets must be completed. We must work with the county engineer for that to happen. And the final plat won't get approved unless all of those conditions are.
That's basically what I wanted to do tonight, was just to make sure that I had a chance to explain what we're doing standing here, and then to be able to answer any questions that you might have now. And I realize there's probably some other comments that have come forward, and then rebuttal, I'll try to address those additional ones.
Are you planning on putting in curtain drains up at 10th Street, 9th Street to catch all this excessive water? Because there is a tremendous amount that comes off the hill.
Yeah, that's likely based on some of the discussions that we've had and reviewing information that we could get our hands on. So that's the likely scenario there. But I haven't gone through the detailed design of the system here yet, but that's likely what's going to happen. So
My other question is, turnarounds for fire trucks.
Thank you for bringing that
Something
up.
you're gonna add?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss that. So I was visited by the fire chief just this morning. We have been waiting for some time for printed plans.
okay,
We didn't receive plans in print. Unfortunately, the fire chief will want to look at those in order to make a determination. It also came to my attention that the prior planner coordinated a pre-application meeting. And the fire chief was at that meeting. The prior planner indicated in his email to me that there were no concerns from the fire chief. That's not the case. And in fact, the fire chief does have some concerns about turnarounds. And so one thing that we may need to include on the record is feedback from the fire chief once he's received paper full-size prints that he can then respond to in detail.
yeah, I would think that the process that we would envision going forward is that we would have a discussion with the fire chief and come up and determine. I think the only place there needs to be a turnaround is on the latter part of Ninth, on the south part.
There are two ways to approach this for the knowledge of the planning commission. One is to include a condition of approval that this gets incorporated. We already talked about fire hydrants. We did not talk specifically about ingress and egress to fire. That could be a 35th condition of approval that comes along with the notice of decision. Secondly, you may believe or choose to see this as additional information added to the record, and you can continue the meeting until a later date. If there are no other significant material issues, this is something that you would standard see as an additional condition of approval. Typically would not be continued to a further date, but it is the decision of this body to make.
Yeah, our process usually is to sit down with the fire chief and to go through stuff. I don't.
Speak up.
So our process is to sit down with in this case, the fire chief in any of the jurisdictions we work in, and to make sure that we've addressed the concerns that they have to the maximum extent that we can. But we've noted on the drawings that you have there a temporary turnaround is proposed. Now, whether that's meets all the requirements that the fire chief might want, but at least it's here to denote that we recognize there needs to be one. So that it's not absent from the process down the road.
So when you put temporary, was that a question mark? If the road went through, that it wouldn't be needed, is that the reason why you
Yeah.
declared it as temporary?
Yeah, it wouldn't meet that, we wouldn't envision building a turnaround that meets all the requirements of the Oregon State Fire Code, because the roads, right of way is continuing, so it's likely that the road someday would continue. But that's for us, that's what we work out with the fire chief, say, what do you want it to be? He may say it needs to meet the requirements of the fire code in appendix D. But if that's what he does, then we'll figure out how to do that. A lot of jurisdictions recognize temporary, and what they accept as a turnaround doesn't necessarily have to meet those criteria. So that's why I say we would sit down with the fire chief, to figure out what he wants, how he wants it to be, and make sure that what we build meets those criteria. But that's the only turnaround that I'm aware of that we'll have to do.
It seems like that's the most fraught question right there is the end.
That is correct. And that was the area that was raised as a concern by the fire chief. He had the opportunity to comment on this, but did not feel like he had enough information in a digital format to comment on this. He does want to have a more of a conversation as our applicant brings up. That is something that is really discussed once you start getting into a pre-construction meeting. This isn't typically something that will hold up the approval of a preliminary plat, because remember, they still have to go do all the engineering and a lot more design work before a final plat would come before you. The only difference is the applicant, this is the applicant's issue to think about, but if there's significant differences between the preliminary plat and the final plat, and those significant differences are a result of having to meet whatever criteria the fire chief requires, there could be a reapproval process with the planning commission, but that would be the only thing I can envision.
Yeah, I don't envision that would be the case here, because the options that are there in appendix D of the fire code for what a turnaround could be can be achieved here without having that type of an impact. Clearly, I think the processes ahead for us, as you've heard, are numerous in process. So we have Benton County to deal with, we have the fire district to deal with, we have the Oregon Health Division to deal with, we have DEQ to deal with. We're just about out of the woods for DSL and the Corps, and then of course we have your engineers of record. So our next steps after this gets approved would be to try to organize a pre-design meeting with all the parties, so we can get everybody. Now that won't be the Health Division and DEQ won't participate, but to get a pre-design meeting that Benton County attends, and that your consulting engineers attend, and staff members if they wish to, and the fire chief to talk about these things. How do we pull it together so we make sure that we're not missing something as we move forward?
Can you clarify something quickly? This map that's on the screen looks like an earlier draft.
It is, yeah.
And I can see that, if you can, yeah,
There are so what I wanted to highlight, this is the draft
yeah.
This is the one you have in front of you. I wanted to note that when the application was submitted, it had a 27 lot configuration. It was caught by the contract planner and myself, and there was a new plat that was submitted, but it was a different configuration. So as a component of the final plat, we need to ensure that the one that you intended to submit, this one here, where you see it, that southern odd shaped polygon, that is identified as a lot and previously, but now is not.
Yeah, we were mistaken. Our client didn't control that.
Understood.
So that's why.
Understood. I'm just making sure that you all know that this is the record. The record has been corrected. You also are aware of the fact that there was a prior submitted plat on the record, and that this is the one that needs to be reflected.
The reason I'm bringing it up is that little lot right there is actually right by the end of 9th Street, which is may be pertinent to the concern of the question. So I don't know what the intent is for that little piece of,
You talking about at the very end?
yeah, if you scroll
Yeah,
down.
so,
Over there, but underneath 19.
so the criteria,
There you go.
the criteria that's there, that the fire, that the, or you say, fire
Yeah.
code regulates is that you can't have a dead end that's more than 150 feet into it. So on the plan that you have there, we have a turnaround that's basically right,
Between those two.
it's like
Between- Yes.
So from here to here wouldn't exceed 150 feet today. So this parcel could develop and the turnaround could still be where we have it proposed. So that's why I put it where I put it. I didn't want to go all the way to the end because it takes up too much of our lot to this way I can split the turnaround, the turnaround part on 2 lots. So it's half on each.
So at the end of 10th Street, just closer to your end, we have a spot where they put in gravel. Where it said turnaround, it doesn't mean any code, because you can turn around a fire truck. That was put in there right down and talk to the city and fire.
Yeah.
That's 30th Street.
Well,
So that's
10th
that's Pine Street, right? That's the end of Pine Street. And it's Pine instead. That's gonna be a through road then.
Yeah, that'll all be gone. That'll all be connected. There'll be loops, they'll be looped through there now. So like I said, Ninth is, the south leg of Ninth is the only thing that will be dead end now.
So what does SWQ stand for on that one?
Stormwater quality facility,
Okay, so that's.
Well,
a-
let's-
stormwater quality facility. So that's where we're gonna put a stormwater facility there. It'll be a detention basin. And there could be some water quality treatment. Depends on how well the design works for treating the water to get there before then. Because we have those water quality swales that are shown in the alleys in there. And then, of course, along the frontage of 8th, a lot of the lots there are gonna have individual water quality facilities on their property.
Oh.
As you can see those, if you look on sheet 2, you'll see those.
Before you move on to that, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before you move on to that, I was just curious while we have this view, whether or not you guys had considered finding some way of connecting, even with some kind of easement or access between 8th and 9th, where that empty lot and the storm quality facility is. Was there ever a consideration there to be able to provide some sort of at least fire access?
I think I can help answer that.
Okay.
So I did not permit, that property has wetlands on it.
Oh, okay.
And when I went to get permits to fill wetlands, we did not permit that, so they're not permitted.
So
So
for you-
we would have to go back to DSL,
Right.
do another
You left it-
delineation.
You left it all wetland.
I don't own the property.
I got it.
So I never went in there. I don't have a fill permit. I don't have credits to fill that. So in order to do what you want to do to that stormwater facility and go through that property,
Yeah.
we would have to go back to DSL. We would have to permit those wetlands.
I don't think, in the big scheme of what we have out here, I think a temporary turnaround is an easier solution than, and less cost than trying to make some other type of connections either.
One question,
But I think it's also.
getting back to that, why would you put more of a cul-de-sac, like the circle turnarounds? And because 9th Street will never be punched through there theoretically, because that's private property.
Well, that in the discussions with the fire chief, that may be something that comes out of that.
Now, okay, then my question then, would that change this beyond the scope of kind of what's here and have to redo this? I mean, in your experience, would that take that?
As a non-engineer, I don't believe so from what I'm looking at as a land use plan.
Yeah, I would agree that I think that should that happen, I think we can accommodate that. I think it's, since the fire code provides alternative turnaround mechanisms that are there, so the cul-de-sac that you're talking about is one. Most of the time, that's not used if a right of way is extended. Usually then you're using Some people call it hammerhead, T type turnaround, but that's kind of, if you look at what I have shown on sheet 2, that's kind of a version of a hammerhead T type intersection type turnaround. So the length of the leg extending onto the lots has to be is what the fire chief will likely help me decide what he wants it to be. There are criteria in the fire code about how long it needs to be. And like I said, he may be satisfied with something that's slightly less than that, or he may want it to be that way, but we can accommodate that. We do that often in this type of circumstance where the street's going to continue, but the fire code requires those turnarounds to be in place. So it wasn't, I can probably take you back and say 10 or 15 years ago, I've been doing this for almost 50 years, but anyway, 10 or 15 years ago, fire departments weren't too concerned about it because they could manage to make dead ends weren't too often, and they could figure out how to turn around in somebody's driveway. But the fire code was rewritten, became more specific, and so fire departments and fire districts began moving towards wanting more definitive means for turning around. So yeah, so that's kind of it's morphed from what it used to be to what it is today. So, and each time the fire code is a new one is issued, there's changes, and there weren't any changes to Appendix D this time, but the time before there were some more specific stuff put in there about access ways and stuff. So it's a little bit more definitive each time.
I want to encourage planning commission, when you begin to call up members of the public to comment, whether they comment for, neutral, or opposed to the project, that they relate questions and concerns that they would like to have on the record in terms of response from the applicant. So folks, if you have questions to include along with your comments on the record, those can be relayed by planning commission and be included on the record so that they aren't missed.
Talk to me a little more about stormwater. In phase 1, you guys talked about rain gardens. Those never materialized, but what is the choice now?
Well, we have the system that we have proposed is going to be, it's a combination system that's there. So we're using stormwater, linear stormwater treatment swales in the alleys. That's what you see on sheet 2. In the alleys, you'll see those linear oval shape. Those are stormwater treatment facilities there. We're using those. Then along 8th, since we don't have the ability to get water from 8th back up to the alley in the back. So there we propose using individual treatment systems there. And so they're rain garden or slash planter boxes, depending on what people try to do there, in order to treat the water before it goes into the public system. And then we're going to pull it off down where our stormwater quality facility is, and that's where our detention will be taking place there before it exits and heads across 8th Street and goes out the ditch that's going to the east.
Is the soil good enough to absorb all this water?
Well,
Rain gardens or whatever you're talking about?
Yeah, these things are really not intended for infiltration as they are for treatment, and then there'll be what we call pickup pipes that go in the bottom of the treatment train. So a rain garden or planter box, so that the water gets collected, it goes through a vegetated media area. It filters through that. That's how it gets treated. And then there'll be a pickup pipe at the bottom that picks the water back up again. And then it goes out back into the public system or private system and goes down to our detention facility. So we're not trying to infiltrate it, as we're trying to just treat it and then pick it up again and take it.
So you're not using existing soil that's there, you're bringing in elements to make this.
Yeah, the media that we put in there is a combination of mulch and sand and soil. That's what it's that. And then water can pass through it freely. But then that's how it gets, that the soil and the vegetation in there pulls the pollutants out. And then the water gets picked up at the bottom in a drain rock, and it gets piped out and taken away. So, well, it depends on how well they're taken care of, but we have been installing them now for periods of probably close to 10 years in different projects. And so far, not many of them have had to have maintenance, but unfortunately, anything where you're using natural mechanisms for treatment, which is the preferred method for everybody, eventually they do need to be maintained. So, well, the water, the ones that are shown on the individual lots on 8th, those would be the property owner's responsibility. The ones that are in the alley and anything we do in our stormwater facility at the bottom are going to be the city.
And I want to encourage folks, please direct your comments to the planning commission, and just to protect the integrity of the hearing process. Direct the comments to the planning commission. We'll respond to those through the planning commission. A great opportunity is during the time when you come up to speak to just ask those questions, and then we'll be able to get those answered out.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit right down here and take notes too, so I'll try to be able to answer those questions if they're
So
from to me.
one other question. Why was this system chosen over just regular storm system, catch basin? Like,
Well, there's a combination. I mean, there are catch basins that are going to pick up
no, I
the
know,
water in the
but
streets.
you're treating the water.
Yeah, so
by-
because we're required to. So you guys, this city here, you have an MS4 permit yet?
No, we don't have an MS4 yet.
Yeah, so it's coming. So
Yes, it is.
so
Get ready.
through the federal government's environmental protection program, they attached authority to DEQ here in Oregon in order to try to regulate the stormwater quality, the quality of water that leaves developments and cities. So all jurisdictions ultimately will have what's called an MS4 permit. Most of the ones north of here do. And so when they go through the process working with DEQ to get their MS4 permit, they have to adopt stormwater standards that deal with both quantity and quality controls and means and methods for how they're going to achieve that. And the highest priority is given to natural means for treatment as opposed to using artificial or mechanical means. So that's why you see what's proposed here, because that's what we have to do in order to satisfy DEQ. Whenever we have to get a wetlands permit, the level of intensity that we have to put into our stormwater facilities gets a little higher because we have to satisfy DEQ, we have to satisfy the Corps of Engineers, and we have to satisfy the other environmental agencies that review the permit as it goes through the Corps. So there's a slopes that the staff talked about in the report. That's a part of what we have to do in order to get our wetlands permit from the Corps. And as part of our 401 water, we have to provide a slopes form, which is a bunch of questions about what we're proposing to do is going to address the pollutants that are a problem for our area. That's why it's proposed as it is, because that's what DEQ is pushing everybody to do. Mechanical treatment is the last on the list that you get to do. That's proprietary stuff, like a contact catch basin system where they have a filter system that's located in a vault. That's the last one you get to do. So.
Can I comment a little bit on this? When we went to get the fill permits on these, there's certain wetlands that we could have avoided that would have not triggered the 401, which is why we're doing the cleaning. So there's jurisdictional wetlands through the Corps. If we avoided those wetlands, then we would not be required. So, I mean, can we do it without it? Yeah, but I think we'd have to go back and unring the bell. And then there's certain wetlands that I can't fill because they're
through the court, and the court automatically required us to get the 401 permit, which triggered the
Yeah,
clean water.
Sadly, DEQ is requiring the same criteria now for a DSL permit, so.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, because I was,
You,
my consultant recommended, let's just go ahead and get the
Yeah.
full permits. It's gonna be the same amount of time. So it was his recommendation, but he warned me that I would have to build these facilities where if we avoided those wetlands, I would not have to do those. All we'd have to do is detain it and then have a control structure that controls
yeah,
the
that's,
flow of water.
I
That's
guess
it.
my thing is just learning about it. You know, we heard about this years ago when you first came in and were doing this. And I guess my concern is the cost of the property owner, you know, over time and the cost of the city. You know, and the city has the expertise on maintenance, maintaining or replacing all that. I have no.
Yeah,
idea.
it's-
Mark, can we design them in the right of ways so that way the city has,
there's not enough room to do that.
you know,
you'd have to have an easement. too.
Yeah. So it's, and you are correct. Yeah, you're very correct. That's like a lot of things that we're doing now for the benefit of the environment, right? So there's a cost. And so there's a front end cost to build it, and then there's the cost to maintain it. And that's the part that hasn't come to the surface quite so much for a lot of jurisdictions yet, because they just require us to do it. And we say, sure,
Bring it up, so.
but yeah, it's,
With your question regarding city staff, so first off, this isn't so far out of the realm of ordinary that we wouldn't know how to deal with it. These are common systems that are coming online throughout the country, largely because we're moving towards GSI, green stormwater infrastructure. The MS4 permitting requirements oftentimes require this stuff. And, I think the most important thing to bring up is that we're trying to slow down water to keep it from getting to the
You want to retain it and just.
to the ponds. I couldn't think of the word pond. Our retention ponds for our stormwater. If we're reducing it, treating it on site and attenuating it right there, that's less volume going out to this ponds that we have to then release in the winter time. So is it gonna cost us a little bit more? Sure. O&M might be a little bit higher than it would have been without such a system, but there are benefits to us, and the larger benefits to the public are definitely realized by this being a better quality system attenuating that violence.
Are we talking stormwater or sewer?
We're talking stormwater.
Water.
And it's going to the ponds over there?
well,
Well, yeah, absolutely, because we don't have an MS4. I don't believe that's going out to I don't believe that's going directly to the river. I
yeah,
could be wrong about
no,
that.
it is.
Is
It's,
it really?
yeah, so it's gonna be released. Most of this water makes its way down to the south end of 8th Street.
Yeah.
And then there's a ditch that goes off
So we're not.
to the east.
We're combining. So I've been here
No.
3 months, so I'm not completely certain about our
No,
system.
you don't have a combined
I
system.
thought we had a CSO because we weren't quite there yet.
Not, there may be parts of town that is the case, but not here. So sanitary sewer and
So even more
stormwater.
reason why, since this was a wetlands, there's a significant amount of water in the watershed heading into the river. So It's clear that you should do what you need to.
And, I've seen some of these rain gardens and just to make sure that I'm clear, a lot of the vegetation you put in the rain garden is specifically easier to maintain because it doesn't grow outside of the rain garden. It doesn't get, it's more of a filtering type vegetation than it is.
There- Yeah, there are, in our stormwater report, if you saw the whole thing, there are a list of plant types that go in different, we call it zones in a rain garden or in the bottom of a plant box. You plant plants in there that don't mind having wet feet a lot of the time. That's the first thing. Secondly, you plant plants that are designed and intended to facilitate what you're trying to accomplish in the removal of pollutants. Now, the engineer that does all this stuff for me, I'm too old to do this stuff, but she's not. She'll tell you that most of the treatment comes from the soil itself. It doesn't come from the plants, but the plants help keep the media loose and to provide an avenue for the water to move through the media over time so that it doesn't get compacted enough that it creates a problem. So that's the purpose of the vegetation mostly, but they do pull, there's some prudence that they do pull out and they store in their leaves and the plant material.
Sounds good.
The SWQ site,
Uh-huh.
and there's a retention pond. What am I gonna look at when I look west from 8th Street? What's all in there?
Well, you probably won't see too much. It'll just be a depressed area that we'll landscape it and then we'll plant it with vegetation that, like I said, that doesn't mind being wet, in there. It's usually more grasses than it is, but there could be some shrubs around the perimeter on the higher part. Like I said, there's zones. There's a zone in the bottom. There's a zone part with the side that gets water periodically, and then there's a zone at the top that gets wet very little. So different plants for different stuff, but for the most part, it's just going to be a depressed area.
What is that triangular shape between your SWQ and the street?
Well,
That's an older.
yeah, that's an old. It really.
That,
This is one. So
Oh.
this is just something that when I started this, I sketched it up this way, and
right,
then I never.
and did- okay, thank you.
On the plan that I turned in tonight, which is what we're working off of, it's bigger. It looks different.
Is there standing water in this area?
It's not intended to be a wet pond, although there is what part of the design standards that we can use is called a wet pond, which is a pond that holds water almost all the time. And then the treatment is a little bit different treatment train, but it gets treated through detention and in the time it stays in there. A lot of the sediments will fall out and then the water that leaves is treated. But these are intended to be dry ponds.
The one question I have for you is, do you wish to enter this into the record?
You've got it. Yeah, that's what I brought it down here for, was so that you'd have the most
And
current,
that's all 3 copies, correct?
all 3 sheets.
So
There's 3
We
pages.
got it.
the applicant did, well, no, these are not 24 by 36. So we need full plans.
I will get you
Yeah.
full size.
I want to, unless you guys have more questions, I want to encourage you to allow the public to come speak. That
Yep.
may give you more questions that you would like to bring up.
I have one quick question. After listening to stormwater, and I'm glad we brought up the fact that it's also slowing down the runoff. So the ponds don't get flooded.
I was incorrect. We do not have combined sewer.
But it does slow the water down.
Yes, it does slow it down, but it does not go to those ponds.
Yeah.
But it does slow it down. But this is stormwater, which we run off. And I noticed in the multi-text study that under methodology, you mentioned something about the groundwater presence was not included in the study. And I'm not an engineer and I haven't got through all of your material here yet. But I'm just wondering about, we do have some very shallow groundwater that happens in our area.
Mhm.
And I'm just wondering how, if that's been considered, or I'm sure it's a totally different thing than stormwater, dealing with stormwater.
Yeah,
Subterranean water.
yeah, so the intention would be to design these facilities shallow enough so that they aren't receiving groundwater. Depending on the final design, some of these might have to be lined. If we feel that the groundwater is a little higher than we want it to be, then we would put a liner in them. And then that way it keeps the treated water separate from the groundwater, doesn't allow the groundwater to intrude into the facility. But I haven't had to do that very many times, but we did just have to do this on a project down in Albany where a similar situation where the wintertime groundwater was high enough that the pond was actually receiving water into it from the
I
ground.
believe that's the case. I'm just
Uh-huh.
letting you know that I've heard from many people and I've had similar experience. I have a property adjacent to this where there is a lot of pressure that's happening underneath and it comes up underneath people's houses.
Yep.
So
that's the part of the design is that we have provisions to put in a liner if we need to, so.
it's just something to consider.
Yeah.
I think it's special. It's a special.
It always comes down to the engineering, once you get closer to.
Yeah.
Commissioner Central?
This, many pages I was reading through today, parks. There's no plan for a park in this area, but, in lieu of that, you guys are going to put some money into the parks fund.
That's
that
one of the
correct?
options available is in your development code is to provide the park land or to provide a fee, to pay a fee in lieu. So this is,
We assumed you were doing a fee in lieu because I didn't see a part.
yeah, it's just, it just didn't work here. I mean, we looked at some options for that, but it wasn't the place to do it here. It just didn't fit here. All right, well, I'm gonna sit here and listen.
Okay, time for public comments. And when you do come up, please state your name and your address. And we're gonna go in this order. People that are in favor of the project, first will come up and make their comments.
That's everybody, right?
Too many questions to know if we're in favor.
Okay, and again, direct the questions.
You don't know.
And direct the questions to the planning commission. Then people that are neutral, you're not pro, you're not con, but you just have questions. And so we'll have those testimonies. And then any people that are absolutely opposed to it, we'll take their questions. And again, it could just be a statement, or you can give us questions that we can later pose to the applicant. So if we could go in that order, anybody in favor of the applicant, if they could step up and state their name and their address. Anybody neutral?
I don't know what all you said you wanted, but my name is Cindy Evans. And I have
Your address.
my address, 430 South 10th Street.
You gotta speak up.
I have two questions. One, the SWQ plot there, you said it's gonna be depressed a little. And it could end up being like a pond, whether it's seasonal in the winter or permanent. Will it ward off mosquitoes? What would we need to do for mosquitoes?
So number one, I would say that what I heard was it was not going to be wet and it was not going to be pond, and it was going to be.
Well, it's like the public
That was it.
ask their questions, speak their beliefs. We'll get that on the record, but I'll rebuttal.
Okay.
And any questions that need to get relayed to either myself or the applicant.
Okay.
But if it's recessed some, we all know what happens with the water in the winter. If it's not sloped, it will puddle. So it does rain in the summer sometimes and water does puddle. Doesn't take much. I'm just asking, I'm just putting it out there. You never know with the weather these days, what may or may not happen. So I'm just putting it out there. My other one is, uh-oh. Oh, so this is all on the south side of Ash, on both sides of Pine. Where do the streets on the south end, where do they connect at? I know 8th isn't going to connect to anything. And that's why the fire trucks don't have anywhere to turn around. Where
They don't connect. There's no throughway.
We'll let staff or the applicant respond.
Okay. I didn't understand where you're saying the streets connect to, where they go through where fire trucks can get turned around and can't get turned around. I didn't understand that part.
All right, do we have any other neutral parties?
So we aren't able to get questions answered tonight
We
like
will be
that.
yes, we will be answering questions.
Oh, okay, thanks.
We're gonna hear all the comments first and then we'll address.
Hello, my name is Kara Williams and I live at 870 Aldrich Way in city limits of Monroe. I'm just looking for some clarification as to with the impending moratorium that's being discussed and talked about and more than likely coming down the pike. How does this project fit in with that? And what does timeline look like? I just could use some more clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other neutral parties? Is there anybody opposed to the project that wishes to make comments?
My name is Leithra Hillsbury. I live at 575 North 8th Street. And I am opposed on the lots being so small and so many of them, because that definitely taxes the water system. And I recall this summer when they were considering telling people to water on, figure out to where we weren't watering all the time and that we were conserving water. And that's happened in previous years. My husband and I moved here, bought property here in 2002. And the water system was an issue when we were buying, and we listened to all the information the city was telling us about how they were putting in a new water system and that there would be bond issues that we would be paying for it, for many years to come through this bond issue. But that would solve the water problems in Monroe. Well, 20 some years later, I understand the water system isn't able to handle a lot more homes. And the issues in the summertime, I do not want to be facing the same kind of water system problems that Junction City has, where they have far outbuilt their infrastructure. Their water, they can't keep it clean, and it looks like you run off the hill untreated, and that's what comes out of their pipes. I don't want that to be happening here, and a lot of people really feel like if they hadn't built all those new homes out to the west of town there, they would not have put so much tax on their water system. I don't want that to happen to our water system because it's never been great to start with. They've continually been working on it to get it to handle what we already put out and what we draw as far as what we need in our homes. And I just don't see that adding that many lots more is going to be beneficial to the people who already own property here and have to work with whatever the city can get for us as far as water quality. And I know there are properties that have smaller lots than the 8,000 square foot, but I think 8,000 square foot is the bare minimum of what should be allowed. And I don't think they should be any smaller, because the more, the smaller the lot that you allow, the more homes that are going to be built, and the bigger taxation on our water system and the amount that the homes need and the amount that of, properties that need to have the runoff. And in the wintertime, we have a lot of it because we've got so much of that clay, and it does not soak up the water. As a couple of you guys were, questioning whether they're going to bring in soil for those rain gardens, because even this clay, you mix it with mulch and sand, and it's still not very absorbent. It just runs off. So those are my biggest concerns. I just don't think we have a water system at this point, and we already pay quite a lot for our water. I had to stop growing a garden because I cannot afford to pay for water to keep my garden going. And I don't water my lawn because I can't afford to pay for water. I'm on a fixed income. My husband died, so my income got less. And these kinds of things concern me. I don't want us to have to improve our water system so much that we have even a higher bill on the bonding issues. Because everybody has to pay it. I mean, there's no exemptions for that. If you live in the city limits and you use city water, well, if you live in the city limits, you're billed for it anyway. There's a few people that have those valves so that their well water doesn't get into the city, but they still pay for stormwater and all. So that's the reason I'm against it. It's, I think the lot sizes are too small. And it's putting too many homes. If this is approved, that would just put too many more homes on the water system, which can't handle anything more than what it's got now.
Is there anybody else opposed that would like to make a comment?
I don't oppose it. I can't hardly get up to know that. But, the people on the
Where
street.
do you live? Who are you and where do you live?
I got 3 houses in town.
Well, you're supposed to state that.
Your name and your address.
Well, Bobby Street.
Huh?
Tim Snow.
Okay.
And,
Your address, sir?
pardon me,
Your address, sir?
1487 Street.
Okay.
Got it from the city water tank. I live on the other side of it, 4 acres. Anyway, what I'm saying is the people who's living on 7th Street now, it would benefit them tremendously for that road to be paved. If you go by there, it's just like a farm. They got cars all over the road and everything else. So that's just my little input on it. It had nothing to do with the construction.
Is there anybody else opposed that wants to come up and speak?
So Mike Phillips, 400 North 10th Street. So my concerns are with the water and how when they put in Red Hills, they had some of the earlier homes that actually had water come up from the ground and flooded those homes, which that was the homeowners that had to deal with that. The other thing is with the water gardens as well that you guys proposed, I think that it should be the city completely, not address for the homeowners in 8th Street, because we cannot guarantee that a homeowner will plant the right plants nor maintain the system as a city would. And we need that. So that's some of the other thing is just traffic on both Ash and all the other streets. We already have increased traffic on those streets. And that's just gonna drive more traffic. And right now, they're not wide enough. And again, we have families and everything else, and we're going to be bringing in more families with more homes. So we need to have that infrastructure in there, regardless if it's city or county. And so those are my concerns. And then also the emergency vehicles, which we've already addressed. So, and then I think that for all the neighbors that are around us, phase 1 did not go very well. And so it would be nice to have the owners and the developers of this area to kind of, in good faith, show in this next phase, and even from today onward, that they're going to do the right thing for what the city needs. Because that wasn't done in phase 1.
Clarification, what is it that didn't go on?
So we didn't get street improvements. None of those things were put into place after of what we were told.
What I've done is we could hash that out here if we'd like. I think it suffices that a condition of this approval is that phase 2 matches phase 1 and it shows on the as-built. If we can confirm that, then it's a non-issue and we're able to confirm it.
And it's a perception that is of the neighbors of what was agreed upon with the city. So it's the perception.
We did remonstrance agreements.
Okay, but it's a perception. Right. It was deferred. Right. It was deferred. But in the beginning, there was a perception that this stuff was going to get done.
Please direct your comments just.
Sorry. Then you guys, then what happened was you guys had an agreement that wasn't communicated well with the other community members that were impacted by phase one. And so we felt like that we did not get what was promised to us as homeowners.
I agree with what you're saying 100%.
So,
I apologize for the experiences
okay.
anybody had previously that were negative.
Mhm.
Speaking on behalf of the city,
Mhm.
I will be certain that we communicate with all of the residents and that we're working lockstep with the developer. There should not be long periods where you don't know what's going on. There shouldn't be people out there on the streets. You don't know what they're doing or why they're doing it. Communications.
Cool, thank you.
What was the timeline on that deferral? How long is it deferred?
Well, we have phase two in front of us now.
So was it deferred until phase two was developed?
That's oftentimes what you see in a phase development. Yes.
So when they give the deferral, that's where it goes. It
And so-
stops right there. It's incorporated.
And we are buttoning that up.
Great. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Todd Harrison, 400 North 10th Street as well. I believe I've emailed some of my comments to you earlier. I don't know if you've had a chance to read those.
This morning?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I will just underscore those comments. And I will also underscore your comments. I also believe that these lots are too small and are going to overburden the area. I don't think that there should be a variance to give smaller lots for that. And I would like to see that addressed because I think it will overburden our systems, our streets, our water supply, and our sewage. And I don't expect that we should do that here as a city. I think we should address the possible current residents and the future residents that would like to move here. I will echo, I would definitely like to see it. I think that we need to improve our water structure before we get too carried away with moving things ahead. I don't think we have caught up. As you stated, I have heard that we're going to improve things for over 20 years here. I would rather see something done that fits along the line. And I also recognize the fact that this is a split street. Right now, frankly, the county side is better maintained than the city side. So I'd like to see the streets upgraded to cover for pedestrians and emergency access. That hasn't been done, which leaves a lack of trust and a doubt in the ability to get this accomplished in the fashion being stated. Thank you.
Well said.
Is there anybody else who would like to make a comment? All right. So at this point, would you like to address some of the questions or?
Yes, and I've identified which should probably go to me and which should go to you, and I'll go down the list. I'll defer to you when it's appropriate. Does that work for you, Mark?
Yep.
I'll actually go one at a time and then we'll go back and forth. The first one is mosquitoes, an issue with the retention pond. And that's good.
Here's some on the record. So I know that it's,
Speak to us, please. We're the ones that have the questions.
I know that it's difficult to picture. So what these are what I call a dry pond. And so what how they're set up is they're built in such a way that water comes in, it retains the water, it treats the water. There's pickup pipes below the media that pull the water out so that water doesn't sit in the pond. There's a control structure on the outlet that controls how fast the water can leave. And that's what maintains the stormwater capacity issues downstream, that we're not overburdening that. So they don't hold water. They will have water in them during peak runoff periods, but they wouldn't have water sitting in them continuously. They wouldn't have water in them during the warmer times, so that when the mosquito season is here, they wouldn't have water in them. If it rains, water runs into it, but it goes through the media, gets picked up at the bottom, and it gets distributed back out into the system. So that's the difference between the dry pond and a wet pond. A wet pond is one that's intended to have water in it all the time. That is more prone to the ecological and environmental issues that come from the types of vegetation that grow in it and mosquitoes and stuff, but that's not what this is designed to do. So
Mark, I think the lead there is that this is not standing water.
that's correct.
The second question is also for you. Streets on the south end, where do they connect? We addressed this a little bit earlier, if you'd like to recapture that.
Yeah, the 8th Street is a through street, I believe, if I remember. And so the only dead end that we're contributing to is 9. Pine will connect through to the existing street there from 8th Street or go, and we'll complete it to go to 10th. 10th will be improved north of there, back up to Ash. Ash connects through as well. So there won't be dead end streets. Now, there may be right away from 9th that continues on, that shows up in the assessor's map, but that'll get extended someday, maybe. I don't know enough about the area to the south to tell you whether it's likely or unlikely. But
I can provide that insight.
but it's the only one that'll be dead end. So everything will pass through.
Thank you. I'll take this one. With regard to the impending moratorium, how is it affected? The moratorium, if it goes into effect, we are not able to consider land use applications of any kind. It also needs to be noted that Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Services, the very same people that will be looking at this application, are the ones who have to make the final determination on whether or not we can justify implementing a moratorium. That calculation has yet to be determined, and at current, we are operating cold. So this application can be considered and can be approved because there is no moratorium currently in place. That said, Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Services must look at this specific project. They must compare it to what we have on our master plan and what our capacity is at the water treatment plant. And they must make a determination that we can extend this infrastructure to serve subdivision. If they cannot make that determination, that is, if our system cannot handle that in terms of capacity, they will not approve the extension. And even though land use was given an approval, the project simply would not move forward as a result. That is what, and the applicant's very well aware of this. This happens in many places across the state, in many places across the country. So that determination will be made. If we have the capacity, the project will be approved by OHA DWS. If we do not have the capacity, that project will not move forward, even though you've given it land use approval.
And I'm sorry, TJ, who determines the capacity?
Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Services.
They are on site, they come on site and.
No, they do an engineering calculation based on our entire system. If you come on site, it's sort of like being in the middle of a big puzzle board. You have no idea where you are. You need to look at it from the 50,000 foot view. You need to pull out your engineering calculator and you need to decide whether or not that system has the gallons per foot to actually serve those units. If there's an equivalent dwelling unit, 26 or more.
And is it based on X number of people per 26 households?
It's based on a calculation that they have to do on their end. I'm not an engineer, but we must have that determination in order for the project to move forward. So we do have competent engineers that know the capacity of our system, as well as our engineer of record, by the way, concurring with them.
Because the paperwork said it's, I think, 9,750 gallons
Per unit.
per,
No, total.
no,
Oh, excuse me, I'd like to talk about, yeah, gotcha.
that was total.
Yes, thank you.
And do we have any information that tells us that we have the capacity to add that amount?
We don't make that determination.
But certainly we have an idea whether.
We think we have that capacity, but we aren't engineers. We simply maintain a system that was handed to us with an inflow and an outflow that we know meets state requirements. Anytime you add to that system, you must go back to the state and say, we want to add to this master plan that you're aware of.
It seems to me at some point we were told within the past 2 years that we had the capacity to add
54 homes.
50, the number that I had was like 50 homes. So that's a figure that stuck in my brain that we had our system had the capacity to add that amount.
I don't know who made that determination, but that's a difficult number to arrive at. I don't think an engineer would put their stamp on that as a statement. I think that probably was an educated guess.
That was our previous city administrator.
Oh, yeah, no.
And the caveat to that was until they had to add a second shift. So that was to maintain
At our
at our current staffing levels, we could add 54. That was his guess. And so to TJ's point, we need an engineer to make that.
And what are the legal ramifications? I'm gonna play devil's advocate. If the city says, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna approve this, and homes are built, and then the system doesn't have the capacity,
Right.
who's liable?
Let me be clear. This approval or denial this evening, this application, does not give the applicant to go forward and start building. The applicant must go through.
I know all the conditions, I'm,
No, not just the conditions. They must submit a final plat. They must, as you noted in the conditions, work through all of the engineering. And before they can do any of that, they must have OHA BWS's approval to expand that system. We must submit those plans and receive that approval.
okay, now let's carry that through. Let's say all that is met. Let's say that they get the approval, let's say that ODWS approves it. And let's say that for whatever reason, the calculations were wrong and the system is not able to provide that water. Who's the liability fall to?
I've never experienced that, but that would be OHA. If an OHA engineer gives us an approval to move forward and there's something wrong with their calculations, that's a big issue, especially if the city's engineer and the applicant's engineer all are on the same page and agree with those calculations, something's deeply wrong.
I'd be curious to know if that ever happened.
I haven't heard of it, but
Yeah.
But again, the state must make
And their
that.
calculations are based on, I assume, an average of how many people are in the house.
No, not an average. They look at our exact system. They look at the details of our system, the same system they approved.
But they don't know how many people per 26 homes are gonna be living
They do, because there isn't, what is the daily estimate per person per home? It's something, there's like a number.
About 2.8.
there. And that is an average.
There's a per person per home, and they make an.
And how many people, I'm trying to get at that, like how many people per home are they assuming are going to be?
This is it's called an equivalent dwelling unit. So essentially, we need to be able to make sure that the average number of gallons that a household uses is going to be satisfied by the capacity in the system. If not, then we can't approve the system. They're not gonna ask how many people are in each home and start counting heads.
Well, to get at the number, they're gonna have house.
They don't.
Have to have some kind of a number.
Yeah, but they base it on bedrooms.
We know that.
Maximum capacity according to HUD is 2 persons per bedroom. So there is a maximum capacity, and they do look at that based on the size of the homes. What I'm saying is very clearly, if OHA BWS tells us that this can move forward, I have zero authority to stop it. The next question.
They look at just drinking water, or they look at, wastewater as well?
DEQ looks at wastewater. Similar to water, DEQ must approve the expansion of our sewer system. And that also must come favorable as a determination. We're looking at a potential moratorium on both of those systems. And we're currently going through that process to determine whether or not we have the findings to justify a moratorium. But until we get to that point, we do not have a moratorium. And with regard to a subdivision like this, the applicant must submit engineering that goes to DEQ that then gets approved. If you don't get that approval, it doesn't move forward. It's important to know you don't need that for a single dwelling. You really don't even need that if you're doing 2 homes or duplexes. You absolutely need that for a subdivision, and that's what we're looking at here. So this is being considered at a higher threshold than you would typically see for even like a triplex. Small lots, many homes, impact on the water system that we just had put in like 2007 or 2008. I want to make the public duly aware and just repeat again that the planning commission did internally pass a decision to rezone that area from GRA to GRB.
What is that?
From single family residential to multifamily, to higher density, essentially. This GRB zone, this project would have qualified outright with the 10% waiver that we're required to give to applicants under Senate Bill 1537. The prior phase one moved forward based on the rezoning determination that this body made. I could have very easily just taken that decision that this body made and moved forward with it, but I needed to make sure that any project I'm in charge of has legal defensibility. And because that wasn't not acknowledged by Department of Land Conservation and Development, the variance is a very minimal procedural step to ensure that phase one and phase two are equal to each other in size and dimension, scope, and everything else.
Can you clarify one thing? I was reading in here, originally the plat sizes were, as you mentioned, half the size. So in essence, these lots are actually twice the size of the way that the plats have been divided originally.
No, there's no way that they could have been half the size.
But my point is that that was the map,
Yeah,
plat map that we had. So maybe there's some explanation that the original city plat map had.
I don't think we have 2,500 square feet.
We kind of answered that. I used to work for the assessor's office down in Lane County for 17 years. Many of the older subdivisions were laid out in small lots so that they could be clumped together. Say if somebody wanted 150 feet, they could buy 3 lots. Or if they only wanted to have 100-foot frontage along the street, they could buy 2, or they could buy 4. They could customize the size of their lot that they were going to be building.
Let me just really quickly be clear. What we're talking about is a developable lot. Not as it was partitioned previously pre-development.
Right.
You could never partition a lot anywhere near 2,500 square feet unless you're in like Eugene. And you have House Bill 2001, which you have to follow. And you're over 10,000, people. We're not. So in rural communities.
That explains why they were
Right.
divided that way.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
But it would never be developed like that. I don't think the applicant ever suggested developing 2,500 square feet lots.
No, but that was how they were originally platted,
Yeah, how they were platted.
that 25-foot width.
There was a purpose.
There's actually 1 or 2 homes on 7th that are 75 foot.
Okay, so Clay with stormwater runoff, the retention ponds, I hand this over to you, sir.
Yeah, so we've already gone through the analysis of determining the types of soils that we have here, what types of runoff coefficients and characteristics they generate, and because it is hydric soils, that's why there's wetlands, means it's heavy in place. That's what we used in our analysis. So that in determining how much water would run off is a presumption that the material is not very, it doesn't allow much infiltration. So
Right.
that's how we calculate our volumes. That's what we use to come up with the preliminary sizing that's in our report, was based on that. So the downstream system won't be impacted any greater than what the pre-developed runoffs would have been from the site under different storm events. Then we go through and analyze that now based on increased hard surface, based on streets, roofs, sidewalks, and go through the calculation to make sure that what leaves the site through our control structures mimics what it was prior to the development.
You have already captured the question about water intrusion from the ground, I believe.
Earlier.
The next one was rain gardens on the property, a concern about those being privately managed.
We haven't had any issues with that. I mean, the majority of individual systems that we've created in projects throughout the years are privately owned. They're not publicly owned. You can, in some jurisdictions, the property owner, or at least the builder at the time that the home gets built and that facility gets built, the city can sometimes require them to enter into an agreement that gives the city the right to do the maintenance if the property owner doesn't, and then to charge the property owner for that. That may be something that when we work with your public works staff and your consulting engineer that that's something that they recommend that gets done. But generally, they're pretty much self-maintaining. If you take care of them and these in particular, they're gonna receive mostly roof runoff and some surface runoff from the hard surface, the driveways and stuff, so that they don't get a lot of junk. Street runoff is harder to some extent because it picks up there's more particulate and other things that you pick up out the street, but for the most part, they pretty much take care of themselves. But whether they're private, ultimately end up private or public in an easement, I think that's something we'll work out with your engineering staff and see what everybody decides is the best.
With regard to operations and maintenance, we'll need an O&M schedule.
Yeah.
So it tells us what kind of effort and time and money will be required if those property owners don't follow through with said O&M.
Yeah.
But we will address that when it comes time, and it's very possible that we'll require those to be public facilities if they're successful.
Yeah, I think there might even be an O&M segment to the stormwater management plan, but we'll provide you that separately, so that everybody has it, so they know what, every property owner knows what they are.
And that's one of the components that would come through in the final plat, if we do require those to be public facilities, or if there's some configuration that's changed that will appear on the final plat and be a requirement.
What is O&M?
Operations and maintenance.
So the city would be the enforcement agency on that.
On those private, yes, that
Uh-huh.
they would essentially be, and we would have to enter into an agreement that states that we would handle all O&M and bill them directly if they didn't handle it. Those agreements can be fraught with challenges, especially if there's nobody in the home, or if somebody is not compliant, or if we don't have the staff capacity, and that those are issues that we face right now. So, I'm just being very clear with you that those are things that would become touch points for us when we get into the engineering. Okay. The next question, traffic on Ash Street and the speed at which people travel and the impact that the traffic would have as a result of this project. Turn that to you.
Well, if the perception of the question is that once we complete these improvements, there'll be more traffic on Ash than there might be today. Since there is some pavement in Ash, it's not very much, but there's, I'm not sure that I'm able to provide an answer that anybody would deem acceptable anyway. But part of what happens in developments, when developments come in like we're proposing here, we're going to do boundary improvements. Okay, we're gonna widen the streets that are there. We're gonna put in curbs and sidewalks, and the conditions of approval require us to do full width there. So it's only going to be better. Now, does that mean that people will travel faster? That's something that as a development we can't control. If the city and the county would like to consider some traffic calming mechanisms, those can be considered in the design. But that's where those would come up and I would tell you that's whether Benton County would be supportive of that, I have no idea. But I don't know, the city probably wouldn't have an objection to there's different kinds of traffic calming. There's the way you treat the intersection. There's whether you use raised crosswalks, areas that function kind of like a speed hump, but there's lots of different ways you could do it. We'll work through that with your engineering staff and with Benton County when we go forward.
Yeah, and to your point, we will be working directly with Benton County, and I wouldn't be surprised if they required some traffic calming measures.
There's different ways to do that.
You directed at the commissioner.
My concern about traffic or about the roads was Ash Street not being city. And so we have all this new infrastructure on all the other side streets running into Ash, and Ash is not wide enough to accommodate traffic today with the increase of traffic. I'm not requesting that we need to necessarily slow down traffic. I think the neighbors in the neighborhood slow down and things like that today. I know there's some concerns there, but I don't think that we need race, speed bumps or anything like that. I'm more concerned about the width and not having sidewalks and down in Ash, but all the other streets are going to have that.
Thank you for that clarification. That is really helpful.
I understood your concern as that because this development was just at the upper end of Ash. Nothing would happen further east, right? Unless the county decided to make improvements. That's been a source of contention with the city and county for decades. About Ash Street and.
No, here's the dilemma. If you don't have development, which brings improvements, you'll never get anything else to happen anyway. So if you left this alone, nothing will drive any improvements down, further down Ash. Because, so you have to accept the fact that development is what ultimately brings the other improvements. Whether that be because they pay STC fees or whether they create a different type of traffic pattern that then has the county and the city looking at things differently than before. But if you don't have development, you'll really never get those things to happen.
It's literally up to be, it could be 50-50 whether the county, maybe they, hey, we need to work with the city on this, or maybe they do something and you don't.
The end of phase one, at the end of 10th Street, where connected Ash, that was left with a lip that had to drive over after it was done. So even though they impacted 10th and Ash, they never did anything to make it so that it was drivable without, concern for your car.
Which, and I think TJ has touched on that, the conditions that for approvals that need to be met, but then all those improvements and fixes made. Like you said, Ash is something we can't control. We're gonna make suggestions. We're gonna meet with the county. They may make improvements, but there is gonna be a second option of Pine. There's gonna be exits off of Kelly and 8th and Ash and 8th and 7th. And so there's gonna be other options for people to get out to Ash or to get out to Kelly or to get, because there's gonna be through street.
The county is likely to require a full street improvement. I don't know that for a fact, but we will work directly with the county on that. That is a requirement for us on our side.
Do we know whether Ash Street is put on the ground and developed as wide as the right of way that they have acquired? Is there any extra right of way on either side of Ash to even change anything about putting sidewalks and stuff in there?
Those are county questions.
Right.
The
Does
county-
anybody here, I mean, I would think that since it's in the city limits, that the planning commission should have information on how much of the right of way of Ash has been developed and actually is under pavement.
Those are all questions that we can clarify with Benton County when we get to the point.
Oh, so you don't have it in your files at this point?
No, because this is a preliminary plat. What
No,
we're
but
saying-
I mean, the city should know if one of the streets that goes through in the city, no matter who owns it, they should know if it's been developed to encompass the entire right of way,
Of
or
course.
whether or not there is room for the city to tell the county, can we
Ma'am,
look at this?
That information is available.
It
We
is.
do not have that
Okay.
information here tonight,
Okay, good. I'm
but
glad
what
you
we
got
have
it.
is our conditions of approval for
Uh-huh,
what must be improved. And
uh-huh.
we also have the condition that we must coordinate with the county for those streets which are owned by them.
Right,
Those two work in concert together.
but you do have the base
That
information.
information exists. I just
Right.
can't speak to it here today.
Right. Oh, that's
Yes.
good. That's what I was wondering.
There's 60-foot right of way, existing right of way on Ash,
Right.
10th. All these streets have have
Yes,
existing
developed,
60-foot right of way.
Do you have that on here?
How
Well,
wide
no,
is
I don't know
Ash
that it,
paved?
You just have that.
but I just happen to know
Got
that.
it. I was like, did I miss this?
And then your city street standard requires curb to curb improvement is 36 feet.
Uh-huh.
And then you have a 5-foot sidewalk on side, so let's just say it's 46.
Mhm.
They, by the time you get to curb, it's 48 feet. You have 60, so you still have 12 feet of additional right of way that's gonna be there. So it all fits, so.
So you don't have any idea how wide Ash is paved right now?
If I had it scale with me, I could probably tell you, but it's not anywhere near, it's only about 20 feet at the most, probably. Probably
Oh,
less than that in some,
20.
Probably less than that in some places,
But it must
Be
meet
in
the
the right
requirements.
of way to improve.
but we're gonna make it better.
It must meet the requirements that are very clearly stated, and we must coordinate with Benson County. And as a result, it'll be significantly better than what folks are experiencing. I would venture.
I would say so.
I would like to add real quick.
Yes.
As a point of rebuttal, any of my statements here are not about anti-development. It is about a lack of trust and a proven history of the inability to make quality developments here. And a demand that we make it and make it a living area for the people that might move in there and for the people who already live here. And not anti-development, but we have shown that we do not do this over the last more than 2 decades. And a lack of trust that this will happen here. It's not about anti-development. It is about making sure that we make this a better community. And my concerns are that we are not.
I want to, speaking on behalf of the city administrator, I acknowledge and own what you've just said. My responsibility is to make sure that does not happen.
This moves forward, trust me, you will watch us. All of these.
I expect nothing less.
Every day. Because we have lived for 20 years and seen that not happen.
I can appreciate that. I mean, I absolutely can.
Yeah, and Red Hills, they did an excellent job of actually putting that in with some issues, but they actually did all that infrastructure and that was. It's a lot of how we follow through.
My job is to represent the city's citizens.
Yeah.
And I will do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think I'd like to just respond. You could respond to the city administrator as a planning commissioner. I'd like to respond to. Now, many of us are here now because we were frustrated with kind of, we're anticipating now to kind of correct some things that may or may not happen. So we're up here participating. We have the city council doing the same thing to address these issues. We realize the value of the town. We are excited about the town. We understand the history of small towns and how they are managed at different times. So I think many of us up here are here because we know what you're talking about. We're trying to take steps to address that. Operating within kind of the legal guidelines we are required, which sometimes aren't as well known as this. That, so yes, like, point well taken, as TJ said, well taken, and just know there are people up here who will try to do that.
And I would say that it's myself, we have seen that and we appreciate
And we
that.
appreciate you.
So thank you, because we know how.
So we're still here, people.
That's right.
Okay, folks, that's your job. I appreciate it. Last comment from the public here, and then we'll continue on.
I live on South 10th Street in Red Hills. And I'll tell you what, we were not done right. Majority of the houses along South 10th in Red Hills has all the water coming down the hill into our backyard and sits all winter long. Actually, fall, winter, spring.
I want to just briefly stop you right there because this is on the record at the moment, and I don't want the implication later being that another project is relevant or pertinent to this point. I appreciate what you're saying, but what you're getting at is a city. This development is nowhere in proximity to that development.
Yeah, I'm
This
just saying.
this comments-
let's make sure he's new.
She's speaking to the reputation and the prior practices.
Yes, I acknowledge
Let's
that.
make sure these new
I want to make clear, I acknowledge and own the concerns that have been made tonight. It is the city's responsibility, it is my responsibility to ensure that I do everything that I'm required to do.
No, I'm just saying.
Now, I want to also note that it's important for the fairness of this hearing that we do not introduce behaviors or actions by other developers in other places. It is my responsibility to make sure that they follow all of the rules, and I will do that.
I apologize. I just wanted to make sure that we let the new residents from the development, if it goes forward, have a pleasant experience.
Thank you, absolutely.
Yes, that's everyone's goal.
I want
That's
to,
everyone's goal. That's right.
To trust me. Trust me.
You have another,
I will wrap up the last few questions or comments. One of them was concerns about phase one. We've addressed that. That is a condition. Another one is about the lots being too small and an overburden on the neighborhood. Again, this was a decision made by planning commission, and the variance is a procedural step to simply reflect the decision that was already made and that will be acknowledged at the state. We're doing this now because that acknowledgement hasn't happened yet, but it is and it will. Water infrastructure. We've discussed how Oregon Health Authority needs to approve any expansion to the infrastructure. And even if this gets land use approval, the project will not move forward without that. And then finally, traffic with regard to pedestrians and emergency access. As a condition of approval, this must meet all fire department requirements. And we'll have sidewalks on these streets as well, which is an improvement for pedestrian access. I want to turn it over to the engineer to either clarify or add on to what I just stated.
No, that, you did it, you're correct there, so. So I think we're kind of moving to the rebuttal stage, but so that's where we're headed.
Yes,
So just to be fair for the,
Speak up, please.
to be fair to the public that's here, then once they allow me to have rebuttal, there's no more input from here.
Just, I want to reflect that as well. And
Yeah.
Chair, I'll ask you to support me on this.
Yep.
At this point, because this is a public hearing, the rebuttal is fully this man's time.
So I don't know if you want to allow if the commissioners have any other final questions before I move in rebuttal.
Up to the chair.
Does anybody else have any questions? I think we've heard, I think we've got about everything answered that we've heard.
Thank you. Well, I'll do my little close. And again, I want everybody here to understand, I appreciate the comments. It's helpful to hear things. Like I said, I've been doing this almost 50 years, and I've attended a lot of meetings, and I get a lot of comments. And I will tell you that one benefit you have tonight is that my client is here. He's the developer. He's also likely going to be the contractor. So he'll make sure that his crews do things the way they're supposed to. The conditions of approval that your staff has put forth here, we follow those. We will follow those in the design part and get things ready to be built. And as long as they get built according to the plans that we'll prepare and that that staff is going to sign off on, then the concerns about things not getting done right or not getting completed shouldn't exist. That shouldn't be an issue. So the comments about the groundwater issue, so I'm aware of it. We'll probably make some recommendations, not only for the subdivision itself in the construction of the public improvements, but we'll probably make some recommendations for the home construction based on what we see during construction in terms of the types of soil issues that there and the types of water issues that might come up, so that there's provisions made for how we believe would be a good idea to deal with groundwater around the home, so that there's less opportunity for intrusion under the houses. So now I can say that because I'm a specially certified geotechnical engineer as well as this, so I have some soils backgrounds too. So those some things we'll take into account when we do that. I think as I've tried to point out, a lot of what happens with development is there's perceptions about it, but there's the reality. We'll be looping some water systems out here, so we'll improve water supply in the area and fire protection for sure in the area. We're going to be making street improvements and drainage improvements that are going to benefit the area overall. Now, there's perceptions and there's reality. I believe that my experience tells me that the reality is probably true, and that perceptions are usually not swayed by my realities, but that's the way that happens. And all development pays its way in terms of the improvements that they make. There's STC fees that gets charged at the time the building permits are issued. And that's part of that money. There's a big chunk of that money goes to help make sure there's resources to make those improvements that are necessary for future infrastructure. So development is technically the mechanism that gets there, and it's particularly true in small communities where you don't have other revenue avenues. I mean, you don't have a pot to go to say, well, we're going to go out here and fix Ash Street down the street. You don't have that. So you almost have to rely on development activity to drive, and eventually it may drive to the point where there's a obvious need for some other improvements to take place, whether they be pedestrian or others, and the funds for those will be created in some fashion. Now, they might come from SDC fees that are collected, they might come from other sources, but it will happen, so. But I do appreciate everybody's time tonight. I think I probably had more opportunity to put input in than I usually do. And I appreciate that. And all the questions from the people that are here and from you guys were all good questions. And hopefully you felt like you got good answers. But I've done a lot. So I've heard a lot, and I think that I can tell you that at least from the side that I've been involved in the consult, I believe that is Branch, your engineer. So those guys are good guys. Some of their engineers, well, most of their engineers went to Oregon State. Yay. Can't play football, but we can do other stuff. But that's good. And in fact, a couple of their engineers were in engineering school, and were kids that I knew with my daughter, who's one of my other engineers in my office, and she does all the stormwater stuff. So they're all good people. We know them, and we work with them in other jurisdictions. So I'm confident that they'll do a good job for you. And we work with Benton County too, and they're hard. They're hard. They're pretty firm on what they want. So you'll get treated well out of this, I think. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Does anybody feel that we need to request a continuance or have a record remain open?
I will note, because I must, that we have a new piece of information added to the record tonight. This is dated as of 12/1, and these supersede the 3 sheets that are in your packet tonight. These are brand new. And so this has been entered into the record, and it does include additional elements on 10th Street that have not been reviewed yet. I bring that up because whenever something is added to the record, that can justify a continuance until another meeting. If you feel that we can move forward without that, you may make that decision.
What exactly are the changes on there?
That is part of the reason that we sometimes will continue a decision, so that those can be reviewed by those who reviewed the application prior to it coming before planning commission. I haven't had the time to do that, but in real time, what I see is the lot configuration being significantly similar to the updated lot configurations that were provided, no longer stating 27. And I do see some, looks like, approaches on 10th down in the south area. My assumption is that's for fire access, but I don't know. And I did not have the opportunity to review this, nor did you prior to this.
And who turned that in?
Tonight, we all received this copy tonight. I confirmed from the engineer if you'd like to enter this into the record, and he stated yes.
Does anybody feel that we need a continuance, or are we good? Okay. We're gonna close the public testimony.
You didn't get a response on that, by the way. Did anybody request?
Anybody request to continue? No. So I'm closing public testimony at this time. And so now it's time for deliberations. Does anybody have any comments or questions?
I'm wondering, TJ, if you could kind of overview what, just kind of the legal status of what planning commissions, what we can consider and what we cannot consider. I think we have to consider the evidence in front of us and what we have. Is there any guidance you can talk about in that light? That would be helpful.
Absolutely. More minutes. There are a couple different directions you can go here. You need to consider the variance first, followed by the subdivision application. So I first encourage you to consider VAR 2025-01, which allows certain lots within the proposed subdivision to be reduced below the 8,000 square foot minimum. approval or denial. And then you continue on to the subdivision. You can approve the subdivision with the conditions that are included. You can approve the subdivision with the conditions plus additional conditions that you would like to include beyond the 34 that are there, or you can deny the subdivision application.
You know, what I was trying to get at, in working with the county for a while, the commissioners, what we have to do is look at the data and the information we have in front of us. We may have other concerns or issues with the community and all, you know, I mean, the future of the community, but really we are tasked to look at what's in front of us.
I see what you're asking me about. Yes.
Okay.
For the benefit of the planning commission, you are not allowed to make a determination or a decision based on anything outside of the land use. So everything that's encompassed within the land use code are within your purview. Many of the other concerns that were raised tonight are not within the land use code, but they are addressed at the building permit level, at the state level, or at the federal level.
And even if I don't like something in the land use code, I still need to adhere to it.
That is correct, John.
Thank you.
So,
And just real quick, I think the variances that happen is not just phase one. We have variances all around this property that previous commissions have allowed to happen, which impact the density of this entire region.
And let's call them non-conforming land uses, which is why the planning commission chose to rezone that area so that all of those properties were conforming.
Can I, just to help orient myself, can you give me kind of the rough, what's the lot sizes in Red Hills? Because I can see that in my mind's eye.
I have not been here long enough to know that.
To know the typical lot.
We may have other people here tonight that know that information. I'm looking. Does the mayor know?
What size is your?
Mine is 6,500.
And we're like 8.
You are 8,000.
About that, yeah. Maybe a little over.
So they range from 65 to 85.
We're bigger.
We think, based on what we've heard this evening.
What we're here to determine is the variance, which we've already previously determined.
No, you must make a decision on it.
We have
Okay,
to,
even though we decided before.
You mean, no,
Because it wasn't
your last
in the
planning
record.
commission meeting, when you approved phase one, that was for phase one only, the approval that you made. This approval is separate
Oh,
because
no, we
before you showed up.
we approved GRP.
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. You as a planning commission rezoned to GRB from GRA. We as a city did not provide that information to the Department of Land Conservation and Development. So this could be, this could actually be opposed by somebody and go to the Land Use Board of Appeals if we did not have a statement from the planning commission such as a variance stating that you're allowing.
And that's what I really want. First question I asked was, does this any way impact our ability to move ahead with GRB's rezone?
No, not at all. We're still moving ahead. The only thing is we missed a procedural step. This will be a non-issue if staff had appropriately taken the information that you provided and given it to the state the next day. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And so we're in a situation.
these conditional, 34, I'd like to add 35. 15, if you look at 15, it talks about fire hydrants. But 35, I'd like to have fire code for dead ends and the road turnaround added into this.
And hold on to that for, if you choose to make a motion for approval, then you can include that in your motion and that will be reflected in the decision.
Right.
In the decision letter that goes to the applicant.
Well, I'm gonna move that we accept the variance 2025-01, the variance request in, so that we are actually in concert with the decision that we already made with the prior administrator. And that is also in sync with our initiative to rezone this area to GRB. So I'm gonna move that we approve this.
I second.
And we have a first and a second.
That's for the variance.
Yeah.
For the variance. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? As the, now the next one is the subdivision. And Tim, you have an addition. you want to make 35, and can you state that clearly so that I'm sure that we all understand what you want?
Well, I'd like to just add it in that, the fire code is followed for dead end road and, or turnaround or T turnarounds, I don't know what you want to call them, as, per the fire chief approval.
No objection to that, but wouldn't that already have to happen because the fire chief has to approve?
It's true, but
I mean, it doesn't.
there is no problem with adding a condition that's already a given. If you so choose.
If you want to move approval with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. You're welcome to do that because it was not clearly stated in condition 15.
And then I just,
This is the opportunity for all commissioners to make recommendations.
Right, so another thing I'd like to propose along those same lines, Tim, is that I'd like to stipulate that the runoff from the property that's just west of 10th Avenue that could impact the new development on what is here as lot 26. The one that I stipulated before, that there's that significant runoff needs to be taken care of, even though it's not within the boundaries of your subdivision.
I cannot include that as a condition, but in the engineering phase, when that's identified, that is absolutely something that we can pick up. That's not something that's a land use condition, but conditions.
Then I'll keep an eye out for it whenever you do the engineering.
Do you want 35 in the added?
I would,
Do you want the dead end for fire egress, the dead end of Ninth address, is that?
Ninth Street's the only one that needs this, I believe.
That's a private drive. That's just in terms of the subdivision, what's inside of the subdivision is taken care of.
It is public with certain times, so.
We will write the conditions such that it's ignorant of what street it's on.
Exactly.
Any dead end,
The entire. Okay.
we'll make sure that they follow the fire.
But Pine Street will be a turnaround or a egress anyways.
And this must be approved by the fire chief.
Yeah.
So we include it as a condition. This is something that we're gonna shop by the fire chief anyway, but it's in writing for comfort.
And can you remind us again, or let me see, this isn't what a tentative subdivision plan is. So we in the audience.
Yeah, to be really, really clear, we are at the 50,000 foot view right now.
Yeah.
There has been no significant engineering. This has to be approved before any applicant sinks a lot of money into a subdivision like this. They're looking essentially for the comfort from this body, which is why the state requires this process, that they can then move forward with all of the engineering and approvals that are required. So this is really just a theoretical exercise with an approval in land use that expires in a year unless significant progress has been made.
So we may all have a lot of questions that require additional engineering.
Yeah.
But this allows that additional work to be done.
That's correct. And your only purview is land use.
Any additional discussion, deliberation? Any motions?
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the subdivision application. I move the planning commission approve the tentative subdivision plan submitted by Pacific National Development Incorporated for file number sub SUB 2025-01, subject to the conditional improvement contained in the staff report and any additional conditions adopted by the commission at tonight's hearing,
Which are specifically
which are specifically
35.
35.
This is where you insert that. As a matter of statement for the record, the motion you're making must include that additional.
Fire code.
Yeah, that's a 35.
Fire code for the dead end road turnaround. T turnaround for any deadhead or dead end road for this project.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Good job.
We have a second. David Bell, second. Okay, all in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The planning commission has voted to approve the variance and the subdivision. A written decision will be issued by staff. Any party with standing may appeal the decision to the city within 14 days. And the hearing is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thank you, everybody.
We're normally very lonely, so please make sure you
Yeah,
attend.
I'm very happy to see some citizens out because so many times when I've come, I've been the only one here. And it's like people don't care. So I'm glad to see somebody there. Oh, I know, Bob.
Thank you. It's a long day.
You get this.
You're looking sleepy.
It's gonna help me.
Yep.
Well, once people been given anything, another great Good seeing you.
Yeah,
Jeff Red.
Yeah.
Surgery. As far as ACL.